Welcome back to the channel, everybody. My name is NutRaisin. We shall be playing more PLO and PLO 50 at that. So that's right. So yesterday's stream was yeah, it was pretty swingy and subsequently pretty exciting too. I felt, and we finished down 30 bucks, like just a tad over. One buy-in is right. Nothing on this board. Well, all right. Bound to be the best hand, right? He agrees. So we're sitting on 4 tables. Actually, no, we're sitting on 3 tables. We're waiting on more RunItOnce tables to get seated on. There are already games running. There are like 16, 17 entries at PLO 50. 3 of them being mine. And tomorrow the Rakeback week is going to start in RunItOnce, but they switch things up a little bit by first of all upping the Rakeback to 30%. So and they will be giving the total rakeback is going to be 60%. And half of that 30% are going to get paid directly into your account once the promotion is over, and the other 30% of the total rakeback are going to be in the form of splash pots, as we're probably take me a while to get into the right poker mindset. Well, I'm feeling fine. It's the first day that feels normal after last week. I'm not tired or anything. But probably need a couple of minutes to really find my feet. This table I'll let go. For this kind of hand, this is not a horrible board, giving us a gutter, a flush draw. Folding. It's a double gutter now. Second nut flush draw. Still not folding. I have some bluffing opportunities as well on the 4 or 6. Work. Slicing down here in the hope that I get called. Joy, huh? Right? Here we have 2 150 drops. Sorry, here. We have aces, which is sweet. Here where we will have to let it go. Wow, wonderful. That is quite wonderful indeed. So let's put it in with the double suited ace, 6, 3, 150 extra. Another 175 extra from this guy. And money's going in. A no-brainer. Yep. Behind right now. We're not anymore. He has a bunch of outs, but not a bunch of outs. He has some outs, but that was none of them. Make him a full house. Ranger! Welcome back to the channel, mate. Yeah, having a pretty good day indeed. I dreamt weirdly, but how's your day been going? You know, mine just got a little bit better because of the Shazam there. Putting us 1 buy-in ahead right now. Nope. Actually, let's watch the rest of this one first. Ooh, they're going at it at table 1. Hang on. We need to watch this. People showing up we have maniacs. At the table, he makes 2 pair. That's just nasty. Come on, draw out. Oh. Alright, so he 4 bets. King. 7, 4. Suited. 4 bet all in. valuable information. Quite sure what ended up happening there. He know that this guy lost another buy-in. Flush draw on a gutter, it seems, before the money went in. So, top pair. I think this is one for the check back. Or not for the check back. Check in front, I guess. Not a bad board, I would say, giving us a wrap. On a rainbow board, let's keep betting here. Alright. Pot small. Going for another bet, sir. Yeah, it seems like it. Alright. They profit from it every time. Definitely not every time. And I have no idea how the Global Poker Index, like what metrics it uses to determine the ranking. In fact, it's the embarrassingly enough, probably the first time I've ever heard about it. So I don't know. So, but definitely not every time. It's impossible to profit at poker every time. As was impressively demonstrated during the first PLO 50 shot, the second part of it where I started playing well, just got killed by the dealer over and over again. And Pilot Ray! Good morning from Mountain US. Good luck today. Thank you for the good luck. Can always use it. And the Mountain US, huh? I spent a year in Colorado. So I was never out of view of the Rocky Mountains my whole time in the States. I have a third RunItOnce table. Alright, let's check back then. Gets... Oh no, he doesn't get there in the end. Well, he does, but we only split it up. Here and here, that's a good question. Let's check for now as well. Surango, love watching you play PLO. Thank you very much. It is not only very nice to say, it also means a lot to me. Cheers. What's it gonna... Oh, hey, what do you know? We make the nuts on the river. That's very nice. Not the nuts. You saying that, I mean. Hey, we could call it. What do you know? Hey, more aces for us. Get it down to heads up. Wow, okay. Down here we make two pair and an open-ender. We bets part Bugsy. Bugsy is really short. Question of... Hang on, let's do this first. What do we do about Bugsy down here? Hey, we're in excellent shape right now, and that's it. Not a buy-in for us right there. Nice. He ended up calling... coming over, so he's not coming over the... Come over the top. So I actually am gonna do something slightly different. I'm blocking the nuts. Not getting this guy out, I'm just trying to get this guy out of the hand, because there's a decent chance we're still good against one player. Not anymore with the board double pairing, that's horrible. He's never folding, he has the overpair. We are good! How did that work? Oh, wait, a straight? Oh, damn it, I didn't see the 6 in my hand! Yeah, that's what I meant initially when I said it'll take me a few minutes to really find my feet today. And if you check out that hand there on the microgaming table, he did have jacks, alright, and an open-ender, jack 10. And a flush draw as well. Was a decent board for him. He had an open-ended straight flush to be exact. Anywho, that is a very decent start to the session that we're experiencing currently. This might have been a spot to out it here. Hoping nobody has the 10. Would make sense too. Be a ridiculous bluff. This guy is starting to 3-bet rather lightly, I feel. Good to have him on our table. I guess the lucky hat is working out once more. Top pair, open-ender, backdoor flush draw. Raven! Thank you very much for the good lucks. Welcome back to the channel, Raven. Cool. Oh yeah, we're not folding here just yet. Alright. Hey, that looks a little bit nicer down there. Probably just check call actually here. Blocking straights. Well, 2 straights got there, none of which we are blocking. It's a very decent card, we might get called on that one. Oh, okay. Hey, lots of money in up here. These are moving money around, it seems. Here we're gonna come over the top and min raise, and tell you why in a moment. You probably already know, but... observe what ends up happening here. Given the nut flush. Alright, this guy is fun. Here we get raised. 9 versus 9, let's call it. Yeah, and that's exactly the reason now we can reopen the action against this gentleman, which we shall. Wow, he wants to come along as well. Okay, he has a decent hand. It's good for him right now. We need to fill up or get a queen. Nope, don't get there. Very unfortunate. Lost like 40 bucks, lost a little more than the profit we had on the table. Wasn't a huge part, but still. Here, yeah, opted not to c-bet. Unfortunately, green shirt on PLO 50. He loves PLO 50 apparently. Nobody has the flush draw he just said. Oh, there's always money going in on this table, and big money too. Sitting, wow, she took a lot of money from the player that left there. Wow. Nice. Alright. Now that's a rather nice board, giving us a top set and open-ender deep against this gentleman too. Let's start off by checking, have the backdoor flush draw as well. Wonderful. Alright. Yeah, good start to the session. Incidentally, damn it, how much did I start on RunItOnce? How much did I have in my account? I think I remember. Yeah. It's a big line. Let's see bet here. Real draws other than the flush draw, which we're blocking as well as we can. Nice. Another moment. Here nobody bets, so let's do it ourselves then. Bugsy checking. Might have the goods here, but since we have no diamonds, we're gonna put it in. Ooh, here we get raised now. Sneaky. Alright. Bugsy elects to fold. Good for us. Hey, that's also nice. Giving us the middle set. Backdoor nut flush draw. And 2 pair here. With the 7 and a diamond, I don't mind betting. Just Daisy. You know, without a spade, we can either call it, we can pot it, go for potting. At table 2, I take it down against Taylor. And we take it down right away. Cool. Alright, let's do something that should not be the move here, cold calling in the small blind. I can't wait for my hands to be able to be inputted in Poker Tracker 4 ideally. You can actually figure out how horribly I'm doing in the small blind. Wow, that is quite a turn. It's a gut shot to a straight flush too. Pot too small, I would prefer to go for the check raise if possible. Although on the other hand, I really don't see what they lead now, over they bet now. Yeah. So would have preferred had I led here. Make the full house, second nuts. The flop got checked through. Here we're gonna call. We do block full houses. Called here. If we get raised, we'll let it go. And we're good. We're good here as well. We got called there in the end. Table 1. Yeah, we did. She had 8-10, she had a straight. Right. Raise here. This is a rather nice flop. We're gonna go for the check raise right away, having in a perfect wrap. Now with the top pair. Alright. Not a perfect wrap actually. The king would obviously doesn't give us a straight. My bad. I'm gonna check here once more. Let's see what ends up happening there. Be good here. No. Not entirely sure we're behind here, but it's a pot-sized bet. Let's let caution dictate my steps for a while. I know, what else is new? Double paired queens and 4s here. Not folding, not our board. likes the big bet sizes. Well, this one is fine out of position. I wouldn't bet any much smaller, if smaller at all, myself either. Aces on the microgaming table. Giving us a straight backdoor flush draw. Nice board for aces. That's really small, let's see. We're splitting it basically. Yeah. 6 BB splash here. Ooh, that's a nice hand. Ace, king, king, 10. And in the 3, you know what, if this guy... A lot of money in the middle. Against this gentleman. Comes to the top, but... Play this one in position. Played normally. Up an overpair in the gutter, back to nut flush draw. You check, that is fine by me. Down here, they're going for it. Pair of 3s, I'm not partaking. Alright, let's just... Wow, they're putting it all in, huh? Jacks are taking it down. Oh, how did you win this pot with jacks? I would have been scared. Jesus. Aces with 7s in the suit here. And top 2 with blockers in the gutter ourselves. Over here, aces took it down pre. Ooh, aces and jacks on that table. Get a 3-bet. We can, actually. We certainly see betting this board against the big blind, as pretty much always. Turn. Kind of cool. So now I'm more interested in seeing a river here. Hey, we get to put it all in. Well, then let's do that. Aces, I like mine better. 10 or the 9 is luckily inconsequential. And we split that one up. Oh, an emote suggestion. I need emote suggestions, Pilot Ray. Hey, get a bad evil demon dealer mode for the main round. Ah, I like it. I like it quite a lot, actually. I don't mind if I copy that one down. What's the bottom set? Alright. Air. Bait block, let's take one off. So yeah, let me copy that one down and very, very much noted. That's a cool one. Thanks, Pilot Ray. Ah, you know, but could have potted it Not like I have short on value. It's just, well, against the Queen 7, who knows. Would have taken it down. But I wouldn't have minded the pot. Raven, all for that emote. Cool! So suggestion and feedback all in one. All in one go. Awesome. Yeah, really do appreciate it, because I don't have enough ideas to fill the emote slots. I'm gonna replace the giraffe as well. I don't think anybody's excited about the giraffe being on the channel. It's a placeholder anyway. Current version. I'll pitch it to the artist that it's up to her to figure out the way to. And it puts... And I have this in emote form. Not sure why I bet here. A little bit on autopilot, I guess. But we do take it down. We have aces down here, and we have a nice flop here deep against Keith. Get raised here by Anastasia, right? Hey, what do you know? We end up making the nuts here. Is it the nuts? It is the nuts. Here we're letting it go. On here we're potting it. And of course on the micro gaming table we're potting it as well. I'll let you know what happens on table 3 where we take it down. Nice. Cool. $50 extra on the pot, definitely calling. I don't know, maybe raising is even preferable to that. Let's get out. I think that actually does get played, right? Hey, nice. Got ourselves the set. So, small blind versus button. Have the 7s with a 9 and an 8. Fortunately, at this point, we get raised. Hold it though. Well, that's not helping. Here we make a flush. Let's check it. I decided to c-bet here all the way because I'm not folding it against you. Can't fold it against you. Ah, outpipped. Here, this one we can fold and we will. Here, we flop pure. Raise it now and take it down. Raise here. This one I'll let go, I think. So let's get back to that 7th hand. We do what are we supposed to do in the swamp, and what we are supposed to do is fold it. Only the only hand. There's 2 hands that get played. It's the 7-7-6-6 single suited that gets raised called, and the for some reason the ace 8 gets raised folded. I think we can ignore the ace 8, like a solver thing. Decent one with Tyler the mix, who's now deep. What happened here? Once again, Tyler involved in a decent part on the flop. 5, alright. Up the nut flush draw, slightly hampered by the fact that we hold 3 hearts. And have absolutely nothing on this board currently. Giving us a jack at least. Right, take it down with the jack. Nope, denied. Piva, hey! Now arrived to host alive. Piva, in case you're wondering, is using Google Translate, so sometimes creative understanding might be needed. But it's all good. Happy to have you, Piva. And I am doing just excellently. I hope the same is true for you. How's your day been going? There are 2 barrels here. Which only because he checked the flop, not because of our holding in this case. So not our board. Does give us an open ender. Sorry about that. Yep, denied. Yeah, I didn't really think there was a good chance there. The king with a jack kicker, alright. Well, that's a rather okay board, I would say. Red backdoor flush draw, no pair though, but still, I'll take it. So we're never folding here, no matter the action in front. Giving us additional outs. Again, never folding. Hey, and there you go with the nuts. Wait, we get raised? I mean, I'm not gonna raise again. This is blocker, we're up against blockers, but let's save some rake. Umi has the same hand, which he does. Didn't you get lucky? Right, so definitely c-betting here. Although Russell is not to deal with, I think. That's down a little bit. Cool. Very happy to take this one down. And here we turn the nuts. The redraw to higher nuts. All right, chat, sorry. skill rainbow hand emo. Not bad either. Bad hand to play against. The bad hand that always beats me. Alright, I'll copy all that out as well. Very much appreciated. So, new emotes coming. Sure. Oh, there are a bunch of chips in the middle here. What's happening? We have kings times 2. We have kings here. Danny Wood is on it. Oh, I remember Danny Wood. Danny Wood was fun. Here with the kings, we flop the overpair and an open ender. Up. Hey, that's a nice turn. Yeah, we're gonna let it go. Ooh, they're going for it. 9, and here's the nuts right now. He needs a queen or an ace. Gets that queen. Table 2, we took it down with the turn bet. So Danny Wood, who flopped the nuts, lost this one. This cannot help his mindset. And he seems to be... he's on a crazy spectrum in any case. Let's see if that really gets him going. I think last time he was around... dusted off a bunch of buy-ins. Up the second nut flush draw and the river straight. Capitalize on that. Nice. Magical. Alright, alright. I'm gonna add that note too. That's nifty. I like it. Alright, this call, we do want to get into hands with Danny as much as we can. Well, this guy's not coming over the top. Hey, wow. Yeah, we're going with it. Yep. Wouldn't mind if you get this guy out. Depending on what he holds. Of course. Yes, then everybody has the nuts right now, and we need some luck there. I think quads qualify. They quadlify. And here, you know, we'll take the top set instead of the quads. That was nice. 2 buy-ins there. With 6 in our hand. Daisy. But not on Daisy. Forward all in, King 7-4, single suited. Alright. We get it a little bit easy on this part. I mean, yeah, I think here. I'm thinking either way is fine, probably. Checking or betting on the turn. Another set under difficult conditions. This time a little bit more so than last time. Oh, and Danny left the table, and I think so shall I. No, but I mean, being deep is not a huge deal, but 2 spots we have to our left. Yeah. This table. Find a better one. Wow, we're gonna play one deep against Tyler here, where we flop top 2. Flush draw an open ender on top. Here we're just gonna check behind now. And the blows, but yeah. Wow, you made a straight flush. Yeah, I'm not folding. Hopefully, well, there might be some difficult river decisions here. Yep, confirmed. Put better straights on the board. Let it go. Slightly confused by the outside. Alright. So this table it sets up. Let's not do any of that then. Stushi! Hey! Welcome back, Stushi! Good to see you! Slightly more favorable flop for our kings. Second nuts. Hey, and here we somehow check our way into full house. Take it down on table 1, by the way. The flop bet. The quad Shazam, that was a good one. Got a little bit lucky there. Hey, you know, talking about getting a little bit lucky. I think this qualifies as well. Table 3, we take it down. And an additional RunItOnce table. We sure can. 23 entries in the pool. 8 found us a full one too. Fire another barrel on a lot of rivers. We've potted it, I think. Let's see how it checks out. We have aces on table 1. Horrible boards that we have to flush draw. Don't lock a pair though, single pot. Still in the tank. Sure. Bet. Take it down. I want million. Man, that was nice. Doesn't begin to. It begins to describe it. My dinner break was coming up like close to that point anyway, but once I won that pot, I needed to take a break. Because I was a little bit shaking with adrenaline for like 45 minutes, I believe. It was crazy. That's true! I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of that at all. That would look awesome. Hey, we somehow make a flush here. Second nuts. Hang on, be back in a second. Right. Yeah, so here's to hoping that they will support it soon. If you'd like to help in that regard, then I'll put a link in the channel, which my Nightbot repeats every once in a while as well. But under that link you can, if you want, open a support ticket. It's gonna cost you like a couple of minutes, probably 2-3 minutes to make an account and open a ticket. And just let them know that you would like to see RunItOnce supported, if you do. Because they will only implement support if enough people ask for it. Scatter 2 back now flush draw. Scatter would be to the nuts, incidentally. Speaking of the nuts, we have them pre-flop here. Small bet we're gonna call, I think. Yep. Hey, that's working. Here we make the straight. Probably good too. First of all, here we're now gonna pot it. Here with it. So there are a bunch of draws out there. We could just put it in. I think we're putting it in. Just checking here on the flop is probably not a good way to play the spot. Not getting snapped though, that's interesting. Down here we flop nice a wrap on a rainbow board. We're gonna check, I think. Iva, top 2 pair on the board are... Hey, we get a fold there, wow. Top 2 pair on the board are not a bad hand, but it depends very much on the board texture. Like, are there straight draws out there? Did the straight draw get there? Did a flush draw get there? Are you blocking any of these hands? These are all factors that influence your decision there heavily, I think. And in the end, the board didn't look good at all. I wasn't blocking the straights. I was blocking the straights a little bit, I think. But yeah, in the end, on that river card, my 2 pair really didn't look good anymore. And the question is, what is he bluffing with there? That he's bluffing with on 2 streets? Or on the turn? Unfortunately, we got called here. Buddy. Nice call. Gives this gentleman a note. All happy? Question mark. What's up on the river? Wait, I could have let this one go against the re-raise, I think. Don't mind getting it in here. Yeah. Wrap, not flush draw. Ooh, yes, the better flush draw. That's how I thought I was suited to the ace. Oh, I get lucky. Well, not lucky. I was doing still alright, but I thought I was suited to the ace here with the flush draw. Yeah, otherwise I would have played this one differently. But Shazam! Lemon 2! Hey, thank you for the good luck, good lucks! Can always use good luck, and it worked too! PLO 50 going good. PLO 50 is going, frankly, amazing currently. Micro game table is down to 3 base. Let's not do any of that. Right, so Lemon 2. So these are the results including yesterday, where we're up 31 buy-ins since July the 16th. And right now, this day has been going, we got lucky in some spots, sure. Not like 1 out of lucky, but dealer definitely cooperated. On microgaming, we're currently up 100 bucks, 105 bucks. So that's what the 31 buy-ins are including yesterday, not including today right now. And on RunItOnce we are up 30, 70, we're up 180 in total currently. For today, 180 euros. Lob the top set here. Yeah, and also Paiva in that hand where it ended up folding, the hand you were asking about. I was really deep against this guy. And I would, personally I prefer to get the money in better, with better hand and better draws, better redraws, as soon as I'm more than 100 big blinds deep, more than 1 buy-in deep. And the reason why I'm saying personally is because that might be a mistake. Maybe I'm too nitty in some, I'm too tight in some spots. Maybe I'm too tight in that one too. Sorry, here. Small blind we can't just call. The big blind I would have definitely considered flatting more than 2 buy-ins deep. A great board. We do have the ace-high flush blocker. Nothing. It's also noteworthy that he bets large on this board, or when we check to him as the pre-flop raiser. Maybe we can make use of that by going for a check raise with a really strong hand. QBQ! Thanks for the good luck! That's an excellent point! Yeah, noted. Welcome back to the channel, QBQ. Good point. Never occurred to me. That's almost, of course, shorter. Yeah, of course, I should add that there are 31 binds. 14 of these binds are, of course, courtesy of that huge splash pot that we won. But that evens out too, because we saw 3 more huge splashes after that. Another 1000 and another 8 and 2 more 800 BB splashes. And there we lost a buy-in in each. So it does even out. In the end, you still make profit on the splashes, of course. But if you always wanted to see how it works on RunItOnce with a different rakeback, then note that from tomorrow on they will, for 1 week, bump the rakeback up to 60% and have a 50-50 split, so 30%, so half of that 60% will be paid directly into your RunItOnce account, and only the other half will go towards splash pots. And the money that goes directly into your account will get there within 5 days after the promotion ends, which is August the 6th, I believe, what I saw. Hey, aces. And a decent flop. I think it's a gutter on top and a nut flush blocker. Really? Pick one off. Checks really quickly, huh? Alright. Trouble is on this one. We are gonna pot it. I think I don't do this a lot on paired boards, but I really would hate to lose it against the low flush here. Cool, we do take it down. That was a decent little pot there. 13 bucks. I'll take it. Take that too. Opportunity to put 6 bucks in pre-flop with ace, ace, 10, 9 suited to the 10 in this case. Also qualifies as a decent flop. The question is, what do we do with the bet sizing here? And I think we want to do it a little bit differently. Usually I bet like half pot in position. Here I'm more interested in putting more money in, I think. Bunch of draws. Also we're blocking our own full house outs. Of course I know that only psychopath would do that. You found my secret, my friend. HM2? Hey, Milan! Welcome back to the channel. Milan, so the Nightbot is not set up for HM2, and I'll let you know why in a moment. So here's the thing. HM2 will not support RunItOnce. They will implement support in the HM3 beta, which would be fine for the time being. The problem I have with HM3 is that I keep hearing that once it leaves beta, they will charge for it monthly. And I really, really detest paying monthly fees. Whenever I can avoid it, I try not to do it and pick a product that, you know, doesn't require it. I'm fine with it for music licensing and other things, of course. But for my poker tracker, for my HUD, hell no. They seem to be able to make a living so far, so yeah, seems like a cash grab to me. And I don't like it, which is for, you know, for... As long as I don't need to pay monthly, I would gladly buy HM2, which I haven't in the past because last time I was in the market for a new poker tracker was ages ago, and back then I was still massively multi-tabling, and when HM2 came out, it was slow like balls. You know, once you exceeded a certain table threshold. And so I never bought it. You know what, the coming over the top here, I'm not sure if I like it. I'll check it out in a moment. Yeah, I think I am supposed to like it. Let's check it out. I'm gonna go with the c-bet here, always as the 3-bet on the king-high board, naturally. Raised, we let it go. Something like the a7, ace king is gonna call me for sure. And we're losing this against a bunch of 2 pairs, not to mention flushes at this point. Yeah, but no regrets how I played it, I think. Maybe we do take it down every once in a while, we're good, but I wouldn't count on it. Wow, that was a pleasant surprise there. So, we were talking about the small blind versus button there. We had the ace 10 5 5. Ace 10 5 5, yeah. Perfectly double suited. And that is indeed kosher. It is a raise, and if you get re-raised, it is a raise fold. Lemon 2, no. The answer is very, very likely no. I know at least for Poker Tracker to speak, and yes, hang on, the answer is 2-part. Yes, but you should not do it. You can still use the old versions on Poker on Stars, at least for Poker Tracker. Not sure about HM2, but don't do it. And it's gotten me into. I got some emails from Stars about that in the past. The reason is they changed something about their terms and conditions, and subsequently, Poker Tracker and Hold'em Manager needed to change something in their software in order to be compliant with the changed terms and conditions on Stars. And so you are only allowed to use versions from a different number and up on Stars. So I have 2 versions installed of Poker Tracker. I have the old one and the current one. The old one I use for microgaming, and the new one only for Stars. Yeah, that's where it comes down to with Poker Tracker. I suspect the same is true for Hold'em Manager, but you would need to ask PokerStars support to be sure. In that case, since I don't really know. Yeah, so every time I leave my old version open and just open Stars to check something, I get an email like, you're using outdated software, you're breaking the this and that, and please don't do that anymore. Basically what the email tells me. They're playing a decent one. At least they might. Blocking anything here? We'll block a straight a little bit. Let's see what these people show up with. The straight, the other straight, the one that's called a flush, of course. Top 2 here, not top 2. What am I talking about? Up here, up here. Yeah, I'm gonna call. Giving us a gutter. Still curious to see what ends up happening here. See a large bet, we don't have a diamond. I think I'll give it up. The board pairs, that might be fun. It is nice, really. Good to, Milan, good to hear. And you know, if in light of no other, for me, that's a good thing right now that they're taking too long to go public. Because if it turns out that Poker Tracker will take ages to support it, and I'll buy it, and I won't need to pay the monthly before they leave beta. But good to hear the feedback. Happy to hear. Yeah, I heard good things from Jane Anders as well. I asked him on a stream. I will go on a short break in a moment. Unfortunately, I haven't updated the break video just yet. Hang on, maybe I can do so. Don't need to watch the old one. Nah, you know what? I don't want to download it while... Nah. So I'm gonna go on a break. Unfortunately, I only have the old highlights video. I'll fix it for the next stream. But so you have something to look at. I'll have that one playing nevertheless. And the break is not gonna be long. Be 5 minutes or less. Here we're gonna come over the top. checking, giving us 3 pairs, and that is rather nice, giving us a set on a pretty wet board, I would say. Having no real blockers, no flush blockers. And we have 3 ways here. Alright, we're giving anybody bets, we are out. And here we're playing for the all apparently. Hope we're not up against kings, of course. No, just against the flush draw. We need to get lucky. Unfortunately, we're blocking our own out now on that 5. Could make quads twice though. I think it's like one of the first all-ins we're losing today. Well, can't really be mad about how the day has been going. We're taking this one down, really? Did it correctly? So, hang on, what actually happened here on that table with Leia? What did she push with? Just the spades and a double gutter, and only the jack-high spades. Interesting, rather aggressive route there. She could have been drawing very, very slim. No, you can't. You are allowed to play on other platforms. The recent change in the terms and conditions was that you're not allowed to play on other PokerStars platforms at the same time. So you can't play on PokerStars.eu, it is for me, I believe, and PokerStars Spain. That's a different matter. You're perfectly fine to play on Party Poker and all the sites you care to name while you have stars open. That's not a problem. It wouldn't surprise me if they would go that way, but so far they haven't. Better not to try it then, Lemon 2. Yeah, like I said about it might. There's this chance that it is different with Hold'em Manager, but don't try it without talking to PokerStars support beforehand. I think that's good advice in any case. But it means that on RunItOnce we're still up 40, 45. I think anything changed on microgaming did. Nope. So we're up 150. 3 binds. Good deal. I don't know, maybe I misunderstood your comment there, Milan, and that was, you just said the same that I said. They're playing. And the 6. Right. To a short stack for now. Hey, actually 2 shorties on this table, that's not very fun. Well, we're not going to be able to compete here. Would be fun if that 5 would be any... like a 10, an 8, a 7? Oops, I thought I pressed a button. Oops. Here's something you don't see every day on this channel. Me open limping in a splash pot. I guess none of these guys is gonna come over the top. Let's be very, very adventurous here. Of course we're not. Well, I was gonna say we're not going crazy on this board. There is some potential there. We do block the nut flush. And we actually have a legit nut draw here with the jack. This is a rather nice one for our hand, I would say. Trying to get raised here. Let's actually just call. That's not... I wasn't calling because I was being cautious. I was calling because I hoped I could get bigger raise it now if she c-bets. Fair enough. Might have been a bluff there then. Yeah, probably the speed she folded it. Last hand before a short break. Raise the all. Deep. Alright. Upset for us, huh? More than 2 buy-ins deep. A very nice one. I think we're just potting it here, right? Luck. Easy. Please be good, please be good. No! Oh well. Too bad. We got the money in well. Oh, okay. So you were under... You thought it was... it was working differently than it actually does. Yeah, then I guess good news for you. No worries about playing on any other sites while you have stars open. No, that would have made waves in the poker community that we certainly would have heard about. People taking issue with that, rightly so too. I will not take issue with her winning the pot, that's fine, but I will go on a short break, be back in 5 minutes or less. Again, unfortunately the same highlight video as last time, I'll update it for next one. Here, see you in 5 minutes. That might actually be a fold to re-raise. So check it out afterwards. Ugh, that's nasty. That's nasty. We do have the top pair, presumably or hopefully all of them. Some of our 2 pair outs are good as long as they're not dirty with the flush here. Meh. I think he has played. Oh, he's just having kings. And wow, that is a loose re-raise for liking him. So let me check that out. I have a feeling it might actually need to be folded in that spot. So we were cut off versus MP. King, queen, jack 10. No, raise call is fine. Yeah, and then on that board it kind of plays itself. With that SPR having top pair, hoping that 2 pair outs are good. Nice. So we're blocking top set, we do have a set, we have the backdoor flush draw. We could put it in here, and I think I kind of want to, because there's just so many turns that are gonna be hard to play, and they're gonna be much easier to play when I'm all in. Very swingy. 6 buy-ins is not huge though, but I'm glad to hear you want him back. But that's nothing out of the ordinary, luckily. So the original razor and better on the flop folded can only be good news. We don't have a diamond, so he could call with diamonds. Okay. Let's do this then. Yeah, just diamonds, king high. And we double up here. Fully stacked, I would maybe just check here. This, of course, is the dream for bad aces. And there now it helps that we are short stacked. Yeah, he might not have done that deep stacked. He gets there, right, with his trade. Kind of unfortunate. That is pretty nice. Have very decent aces here. Ace, ace, jack, 5, double suited. This dude, large stack, but definitely a green shirt, at least pre-flop, judging by his face. More aces on another table. We have a deep stack in here that is a thing. Wow. Given that, I probably have to check it. Now, if he bets pot, he folds, then I am... Ugh. I have aces on 3 tables, wow. Okay, we make a top pair. Okay, here I'm gonna call once it's heads up. Let this one go. Have aces here as well. Yeah, and him I'm calling with the top pair, so here the money is going in. I think that is alright. Don't do it. Oh, we had him until then, so me. Did we? Yeah, we did. He's still at an excellent amount of outs, but I don't... Especially having seen his hand, I don't regret the call. Here he let, I called once. More aces. What else? Like 4 aces. Aces 4 times, I should say. This one we take down. Wait. How did he take that down? Did he have a queen? Oh, he had a 9. Oh, fair enough. We're just not getting anywhere with aces here. I mean... I'm not folding, so let's hope he doesn't have spades. I've seen the spot, I think I remember the spot, I talked about this one with Kippery, where he said I can't check here, I can't fold here. Let me know if that's correct. Cloud! Hey, welcome back, Cloud! Wow. And we are back. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. That's quite nice. How many entries do we have in the PLO 50 pool? 28! And 1 PLO 10 table going. Nice! Alright, I'll take that. Damn it, here I posted under the gun. Duh! What do you do? Take it down? They're playing a big one. What's happening? They're also going for it. Yes. Oh, don't get there with the 8, really? Just with an 8? Wow, how big was that pot? Oh, it was a small one. No, never mind. I can't see this one. Presumably because I wasn't dealt in. Reading the chat log. Hey, Pokerin, welcome back. What are the stars terms and conditions? They sent out an email a couple of days ago, and it was about, as far as I know, it was only about that you're not able to be logged in at 2 PokerStars sites at the same time. because there's some, you know, fenced off player pools like PokerStars Spain, France, so you're not allowed to be active in PokerStars Spain and PokerStars France, for example, at the same time. I think that's all that got changed. Rather nice splash here, $6 in the middle. Wait, no, 6 big blinds, $3. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Love to see a flop. Double suited, arguably, it might still be a call with the extra money in there. Well, it could have been dicey here. We would block top set, we would have bottom set. And for 3 binds, effectively, that would have been interesting. Oh, wait, my hat! Of course I can't win. I don't have the hat. Would be more difficult now. In the end, we would have made it straight. You know, I'm not playing much of the would have, should have game, but a curious spot to think about. So what did Taylor raise there? Some decent double suited kings, maybe? Ace, queen, 9-8. Triple suited, not even to the ace. Wow. Six flash. Interesting. I think it's safe to say that we like Taylor. Biddy biddy boo! The Glory Man in the channel. Good to see you back, Glory. Just peachy for my part. I hope you're doing fine as well, my friend. So far, we are up a decent clip for today. Even though we lost a big one, it was kind of sad. Well, not a big one. It was like a better part of one bind. We're still up more than 2 for now. Ace is here, down to heads up. Maybe we get a walk too? Yep, cool. No short stackers around, I like it. I know, right? I'm surprised so many people are tuning in now. It's quite awesome to see. Honestly, I have no idea. I think it's probably a fold. He said and clicks call. Check this one out. Do have 2 pair on a board where he might not see bet all that much. Take one off, see what he does on the turn. Let's not turn this one into a bluff. Some showdown value. Would come over the top, that would be funky. Nah. So let's see, cut off ace jack 9-5, singer suited. Yeah, I don't think I should have been in this one. Actually, either way is fine. You can raise call or you can raise folded. Alright, pair open ender, flush draw and backdoor flush draw. I think we're going with this one for 100 BB. Maybe flop the open ender. Take it down here. Well, not small bet, but still calling. Hey, there you go. Tom Chambers videos on RunItOnce? I have not. I'll check them out. And der Alte in the channel as well. Good to see you, der Alte. Welcome back, mate. Welcome back. Welcome back. We get called, and that means we're good, right? Nice. Got some money back there from Daisy with a Y. With 2 Ys, actually. I'll be back in a moment. Hang on, the mic, I remembered. That is an excellent point with the yellow cup. And where the other one is. It's coming. Alright, saves me from c-betting really small here. That means never. Oh lord. Yes, I'm thinking in the future that I'm taking the Sunday off. And I'm also looking for another day to take off. Right now it feels like it's gonna be Wednesday. But again, I'm not sure. Alright, let's keep the pot smallish. Maybe. That's the nuts for us. Let's try to go for the check raise. He has the lower straight? No. He does. He's not betting it. What did Antonio end up having there? Ace check 10-5, so he had 2 pair on the flop. Decided to bet them on the turn. By checking here against very aggressive Daisy. Gonna call in the end. Maybe flop rather well. What did Daisy have there that she didn't decide to turn into a bluff? Curious. Ace Queen 6-6. Alright. So here we have the nuts with a redraw to a flush. Scene, what are your weaknesses? Possibly a few too many bluffs. And other than that, you know me and recalling hands. It's pretty much the only thing that comes to mind. That I remember clearly that I've seen you bluff in a few spots where maybe it isn't necessary to bluff. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to give more feedback, that's the only thing that that comes to mind. Hang on, it's too hot in here. Yeah, we can do a session review at some point. Tuesday and Thursday evening I play badminton, so after home games start I will have to knock everybody out within an hour or so. Okay. So could you do me a favor, the Alter, and vote in the poll and put these 2 days down as days you will not be able to play? That'd be cool. Yes, unless the home game... Home games. But we can change the time too. That's not a problem at all. You're not folding here. Top pair and a nut flush draw deep. No. What happens with the aces? Half pot, out of position. Interesting. That's the nuts for us, I would say, in position 2. Yeah, it's gonna be family pot, but I still wanna push it here. And what do you know, we flopped the bottom set and a nut flush blocker. Not folding just yet. Let's see what ends up happening up here. Nice, clean run out, I would say. Unblock the king high. Flush, which is definitely sweet. I'm gonna start betting here. Fire another barrel on the river. Huh? Tough to say sometimes. Here, after a while, we're gonna go all in. Watch what ends up happening here first. We take it down. Awesome! Nice little pot. We have the nuts. We cannot be beaten on table 1. Can we get a call? Nice! Turns out we can! That was a good pot. 155 bucks. 167 bucks actually, that pot. Shazam! And what did you have, lady? The ace, queen, jack, 4. What was clubs? Did you have clubs? Wait. Called with an ace? With a pair of aces? Really? On that board? Incidentally, we had the exact same hand, except we both had the ace, queen, jack, 4. Except that I, of course, had the flush. She was double suited as well, hearts and... Oh, clubs! Queen high clubs. Alright, that makes sense. I was like, how can you find a call there? Just an ace. Man, that was huge. $400 BB. You're not just flatting. Hey, wow, oh no, sorry, I thought he came over the top once more. We get a cold call from the small blind. That is interesting. Or do we gonna check or fold, depending on... There's a bet in front. Not helping. Show you hand history stream would be great. It will come. It will come as soon as I'm able to import hands. But I'm also thinking of... I'm not going to say it just yet, but there will be something involving a session review and a special event for the mods. It's going to involve something else too, but yeah, August is definitely going to be my show my awesome mods some appreciation month, and I have something in the works. More aces down here. So kind of begs the question, like, this guy is super fun. This table is super fun. Do I want to play super deep against these people? I think the answer is actually yes, except that if a splash pot comes, I'm kind of starting to hate life a little bit. I'll reset, I believe. With just the open-ender, I mean, it is... What's happening here? We're taking it down? Looks like it, right? Right. We have the... Oh, against this guy, he was... what's the action pre? He raised, he cold called. I think we're going with this one, because we're probably doing alright in the side part. At least some of the time. We have nada doubts. Habitually, I'm not calling with an open-ender against this type of action, but here there might be some merit to it. And he had 2 pair, and I think that was alright, even though we lost it. Definitely weren't doing horrible against Blair. Arrange the tables. The Alter has voted. Awesome. You've come a long way, young grasshopper. I have indeed. I am... Whenever something says, when, you know, like you there, whenever somebody puts it in the chat, I get slight goosebumps and also a feeling of disbelief. Whenever I think about it. Big pot poker, indeed, indeed. But I kind of put it out and reset those 2 tables. Hope you don't look too much down on me too much for doing that. Wouldn't mind getting some hands for a session like that. Use 3-bets again. Let's see what he 3-bets with. Yeah. Starting tomorrow, I'm not gonna leave tables in these spots when I'm getting rather deep, because the big splashes are gonna be almost only half as likely, since they're gonna change the rakeback system for a week to our benefit. I'm gonna tell you all about it in a moment. Would have flopped nicely again here, but would have, should have, could have. We're not calling a 3-bet with this hand. So what was the 3-betting range there of Tyler in this case? At the ace-queen 10-6 double suited, that actually does make sense. And yeah, you voted. Awesome. Delta. So I wouldn't mind getting some hands for a session like that. How would you want it? In a format that's importable into Poker Tracker 4 would be ideal. So just your PokerStars hand histories will suffice. Turning a wrap. Of course, no hearts in our hand. Giving up there. So how are we doing? We lost 1 all in there. Doing better than before that one. 30 on RunItOnce, we're up 160. Like 170 is what we are in profit to currently. You're nice. So, was a question. No, that wasn't a question. I was about to say something. Right, starting tomorrow. Not sure what time though. I have to look that one up. But starting tomorrow, we will get 60% rakeback for a week. Half of that rakeback is gonna hit our accounts directly, and the other half, only the other half, will be used towards Flash pods during that week. It's gonna be a week-long thing, and the rakeback that gets into account directly will hit the account within the 5 days following the conclusion of the promotion. So it ends on August the 6th. So within 5 days of that day, we will get the rake back directly into account, and we, in total are getting more rake back than we did before. Right now we're getting 51%. During that week we will get 60, which is... Oh, if any other site comes close to that anymore. Like a real 60%. Not quite sure. I know the big ones don't. It's an amazing deal. I would be saying that even if I would not be playing RunItOnce. Admittedly, I'm biased when it comes to RunItOnce. But it's an amazing deal at face value too. King 99. Just gonna call. Some Shazams. Giving us rather excellent blockers. So we're gonna pot it. And take it down. Neat. Actually, I kind of regret not being deep on this table anymore. It's not like these splash pots happen that often. And this guy is fun to play deep against, I'm sure. Just have to get deep again then. We're getting raised here. We will have position for the rest of the hand, and it's still gonna matter. The pot is not gonna be completely out of control, even if he calls. Oh, also playing a decent one. Block anything? Yeah, we blocked the nuts. Wait, what? The gutter? Wait, what? We're like in Raleigh. Cool. Pair, gutter, backdoor flush draw. No spades. That'll work. That's what I was thinking about too, Lemon 2. The trouble with eye poker is that's not your effective rakeback. It's some sort of weird system where effectively that 60... I believe I'm correct in saying the following. It's what I've heard from the affiliate I used in the past when I ask about eye poker. I think effectively it comes down to somewhere around 30% rakeback. Because of some system they're using. I don't remember any more info, but I think that's how it actually is. They changed their rakeback distribution system way back in the past. A couple of years ago. And it has... Oh, there's something strange going on there. In the sense that you're never getting the advertised rakeback amount. Way lower, in fact. Oh. Nice pot. Yeah, huh? And back to flush draw as well. I can just call for sure. Don't want to come over the top here. There's way too many draws. Almost no fun turn. Really not many hands out there we're still ahead of. Whoa, 240 euro pot almost. Wow, you got it in the top pair? At gutters? What's going on today? Who are these people and where have they been all my life? Maybe they're just braver than I am. I wouldn't want to discount it option entirely. Maybe they're just having excellent reads on one another. But Jesus, that's, wow. How did they get 250 bucks, 240 bucks almost in there with top pair? Well, giving us the nut flush. Don't think full houses are of any concern here. Take it down. They're playing another decent one. Thank you, Delta. It's possible I'm too fond of the blocker play, but I think on the whole it has been rather profitable. I'm much more interested in calling and going for the same blocker play with a pair on the board, but all that goes out of the window because he checks and we get to see the flushing turn for free. Alright, alright. He called really quickly and the board pairs. We're gonna give it up. When people call this quickly, we've ran into trouble in the past. Yeah, the queen high flush. Decent chance he would have called, I believe. $35 entries, PLO 50, 7 PLO 10, and 1 no limit 20 table running. Alright. Get a cold call, wow. Into spin and goes? No. Then I'm victim. No, I'm not. I'm not. No sick results from spin and goes confirmed. Like I said, don't take it as 100% the truth there, Lemon 2, but I believe that is the case. And I want to say I'm more than 90% confident in the real rakeback being way lower. Why I haven't c-bet this flop? Or at least this turn. Nah, the turn is fine, not c-betting the turn. The flop, well, we're 4 ways. Because the question here is basically what would I do with aces, which is what I show up with the most when once I 3-bet. So micro grinder. No, I had pretty sick results back in the day at limit, full ring limit hold'em, but that's 10 years ago. I'm not sure I don't think I don't think I ever had like sick results in anything. I had decent results, sometimes really good results. But yeah, that's not me. Rampalchia, hey, welcome back to the channel. Good to see you. If the game feels so soft there, then sure. I keep reading about botting problems on iPoker, but that's on 2+2. Again, I have no idea how accurate or true that is, if at all. It's just the constant discussion in that in the iPoker thread on 2+2 has kept me away from iPoker, even though I played there in the past. But if the site is working out for you, then cool. That's all that matters in the end. With the 8, I'm not sure if we should go for the squeeze here. Let's just call and check it out. I know with the 10, I definitely will. Alright, let's just go for a complete bluff here for a change. Something we very rarely do on this channel. Right, this one. We're in the big blind and we get to squeeze. A late position open. Back 8. Here we're not folding. There's way too much money in the middle. Gets raised. It gets raised called too. The Jack 7 would just get raised folded. The Jack 8 gets raised called. Safe to say this is not our board. Go for the raise fold. I don't know, Limit 2. I mean, if you play there and you actually do receive breakback, then just check how much. I think you can use HUDs on iPoker, so you can import your hands, right? Then you should be able to see how much rake you paid, and somewhere you probably have a note, or you can probably find out, or know, how much rakeback you're getting each month. So check that out. Wow, they're not done with this hand. Huh? Another decent splash here. I can't really justify it. This is a little bit too crazy. Even though it's a pity to leave those 20 big blinds out there. Without being able to, without, fighting for them. He was not a believer. Hey, and he won the hand and left. Alright, fair enough. Good for him, taking home a profit, hopefully. What's happening in that splash pot I was in? 10 takes it down. A pair of kings takes it down. Actually, that was the splash pot I was not in. Probably alright. Blind. Pair, we have a suit. Some connectivity there for sure as well. Back. No, we're not bluffing against this guy. He was very call happy, I remember. Hell no. So we had 9s with a jack and a 6. It's fine. Fine call. Ooh, damn it. Part of this party? I know, but I can probably tune down the frequency of that splash pot bot message there and take it off at some point in the near future too. Let's tune it down a little. No need to be no need for the Nightbot to be too spammy. That is on 45 minutes. Okay, I guess that's fine. Let's bump it up a little more though. Once an hour is enough. Get a hand on table 2, which is still our favorite table, I believe. Speaking of tables, how do we feel about the others? One kind of blows. Yeah, let's find a better one for table 3. For starters. Table 4 we have one tight aggro there. No, loose aggro. Here. Hold this a lot. Seen him go for blocker stuff though. Like for the record, I'm not often in this spot. I usually just hold this on the turn. Let's see what you're up to. Did have it this time, alright. Yeah, not a huge surprise. Can we get something going with aces? Right. Checking. Get raised here. This is definitely a hand we can call a 3-bet with. Not the flop for it though. Huh. Wow, a huge splash. 1250, 25 BB. Alright, we're letting this one go, I think. So here we're never folding. Unless, you know, this guy 3-bets, of course. We can't really do it. Not with the deuce. If I call, everybody else is gonna call if I call. And that's not the hand to play multi-way. Hit you exactly 60% rake back from last week. Alright, cool. Ah, would have been a fun flop for us. Well, sort of. Here in open-enders, nothing to get too excited about. On winner poker. Alright, cool. And the 60% exact rake you paid too, right? And here things would have started to fall apart. Here, they do not, because we have middle set. Let's watch now. Why I called down here, I'll never know on the flop. I mean, the turn is, of course, kind of nice, but... Just gonna check behind. Yeah. That's nice. Ace-Jack can still call. Not gonna have the straight. Nice! Get that call! For a decent pot, almost one buy-in and profit there. Pretty sweet. Let's check out what he had in a moment. What did you have, sir? Ace King 9-9. On the turn he had a nut flush draw as well. No, he didn't. Never mind. My bad. That was sweet. Putting us... Well, he's not deep anymore. We have some shorties on the table too. Go on shorty patrol, mark some players out. These are the only two we have on our tables. Yeah, sitting on 4 tables still. All of them PLO 50, and we're doing rather nicely in all. Not much changed since last time we checked. We are up 550. We're still up 3 binds. Only played there for a few weeks. Let's see if if it does, or even if it doesn't, I would appreciate some feedback down the line. Lemon 2 would be just interesting for me to know. Strip memories. Yeah, they've been around quite some time. Interesting one. All the backdoor flushes, we have a top pair and open-ended straight draw. 2 pair, often good in this spot as well. Jack high flush draw out there for us. And that's the iffiest bet sizing, if there ever was one. To get a nice river, I think. I think that's a nice one. Shazam! Yeah, too many outs. Turns out our flush draw was compromised, but we didn't know that, and yeah, it was... We had to call. Was the long and short of it there. Not gonna fold that absolute queen. Well, I tell a lie. I'm very interested in observing what happens here. Specifically what those two people have, not if I would flop the queen, that's immaterial. Going for it, big pot. 180 bucks, aces against aces. Doesn't matter that we would have, should have, could have. Perfectly fine fold. One flush draw was compromised as well. Mengia Makers. Thank you very much for the kind offer, but I'm not interested. I have people that do emotes for me, I do the overlay myself. It's nice of you, but thanks, no thanks. Hope Tyler comes over the top. If he wasn't short, I probably would just flat it here. I came over the top in the hopes that he does too, and then you can just either play only against him or put him to the test. Raksha! Good to see you, Raksha! Nice to see you here. Take it down, which is awesome. I think 3-handed now with a shorty at the table. Here I'm not leaving because I doubled up, just because this is not a favorable... These are not favorable table conditions. Having the deep guy to our right is fine, but with a short stacker, hell no. Not 3-handed, just not enough value on this table currently. What happened here? Hey, NutRaisin. Oh, it's the party. The party was, in a word, awesome. Friends and family were over, and now that my friends are all married and getting older, as do we all, they brought their kids along, and you know, my brothers, my nephews, and my niece and nephew were here, so there was a party where kids were running around and playing in the pool, and that was just great to have as well. And later at night we sat around, talked, of course, and you know, had a beer or two, possibly. And with one friend I ended up sitting around till we went to bed at 8 in the morning. rather drunk at that point. Huh. Interesting turn of events. Still gonna fall to a bet. And then I only had 4 hours of sleep on Sunday, so the home game stream was super mellow. And after that I slept 14 hours, which I think I slept myself tired. So yesterday I only did the afternoon stream, and now is the first day where I feel like back to my standard self. Having a chill day yourself. Versus happy girl missed my football. Cool. Glad to hear that you're having a chill day that you seem to enjoy a lot. Nice. Oh, the idea you're still on holiday. Nice. Good for you. Happy to hear it. Dummer Gammler, welcome back to the channel, Dummer Gammler. I'll give you an answer in a moment. Some things to deal with here first. Thello in the chat. Good to have you, Thello. Ooh, hang on. Yeah, with just the gutter. The flush draw. What part size? I think I'm letting this go. Right. Sorry, you missed all the giveaways. Thello, you couldn't have won anyway. Because apparently that giveaway was for streamers only. Only streamers won. Like, I think except one guy. Who was not a streamer. And... yeah, Richie Rob, also a streamer in his own right. A fine one too. Took down 2 prizes. How crazy. A whole range of adjectives applied there. It was surreal, crazy, and totally funny. Not gonna play 3-handed, as always. And thank you for the congrats on the recent crushing. And Dummer Gammler, the results you saw there are correct. They include yesterday. They do not include today just yet. Also, I always like to point out at this point that 14 of these buy-ins have been the courtesy of a huge splash pot, where we took down 14 buy-ins. Of course, later on we had 3 other huge splashes where we lost 3, so it all evens out. But I just want to mention that it wasn't all just the normal profits at the tables. Me too, Thello. Me too, and I think they will. They're doing a new promotion starting tomorrow where they give 60% rake back and half of that goes into your account directly. I'm curious to see what that does to the player numbers. So only 30% rake back will go towards the splash pots and the other 30 you get into your account. Is the exact way it's gonna work. Gonna run for a week starting tomorrow. And yeah, I hope it'll do wonders for the traffic. The splashy hours, where they had 2 80% rakeback hours a couple of weeks ago, were amazing for traffic. So I'm still very confident that RunItOnce poker is here to stay at this point. And incidentally, Domogamno, since we were asking about results, I believe today we're up 4 buy-ins currently, which would bring the total to a nice even 35. Well, is that even? No, it's actually odd. Anyway, anywho, it would bring the profit to 35 for now. And that's exactly correct. I think we're up 195 bucks currently. Not quite 200, but potato, potato. Alright, that is up here. Oh, and by the way, on table 2, the fun player, the blue shirt there, left. The pity. 8 AM is a good party, yeah. I might be getting too old for this stuff. That was the best adult birthday of my life. In large parts due to that giveaway week and the huge event on Friday, which I'll never forget. It was the most exciting Twitch day since I started streaming in February. I'm playing a decent one. Yeah, Thalo, I think there are two steps that will arrive in the future. Will be great for traffic. One of them will be resizable tables, which according to 2+2 a lot of people are waiting for. And then, but I think that's a big feature that's coming next. It's coming soon, as per their words. And after that, it'll be when I don't know how soon that will happen. That's the second one, but the second one will be sit and goes, and subsequently tournaments. And all three of these will, I think, bring in a lot of players, and then they will leave beta as well, and can really ramp up the advertising. M2 that fold hurts. Yeah, SPR3. I know. I'm not saying it was correct either. What do you think, Thello? Nitty me? And for that matter, what would you have done, Lemon 2? Very likely a spot where I have a hole in my game, where I'm not risk happy enough. Oh. Yeah, still checking. Sometimes check calling. Actually, the way this hand was played, probably always check calling. But I don't really see what we get called by that we beat. Not the droids I was hoping for. Tables all lost some players right now. Let's see if we can keep them alive. And a wrap and a... Wait, you took it down with a pair of 5s? Yeah, that would have been enough. I mean, he made trips, but that wasn't the deciding factor here. Too bad, was a sweet flop for Jeff here. Gotta be scared of you PLO 2 to 600 soon. I don't think so. PLO 200 I could maybe be profitable. From what I hear, it's not too different. But starting at PLO 500, you run into the people that really know their stuff. And yeah, I honestly don't think I have a chance there. But until that ever happens, until my bankroll grows to an amount that would allow me to actually play PLO 500, I will have put in a lot of study time. Incidentally, starting next week, I will take 2 days off a week for the foreseeable future because of that very reason. So I have one day that has nothing to do with poker, where I can just relax, and one day where I'm gonna study. It is likely that during one of these days, I will do surprise streams, or just, you know, impromptu streams, but they won't be planned, and if they'll happen, then they don't happen. I have those days off. But thanks for the congrats, Domo Gamla. It's very nice of you. I do want to bet here. Getting raised is not the hugest disaster, and stock hands he can continue with. Alright, es gibt ein paar smallish then. I would kind of hate to get raised, picking up additional equity.
Attention, experience.
Blocking kings and queens. Jacks might have a tough time calling. I actually could have played a rivered full house like that too. Nah, probably not. I would be scared of this raid if he calls on the turn if he just calls the river on the rainbow board. Never mind. Ignore that comment. I'll see if I can dig it up, yeah. Ah, he calls in the end. So pair of 3 is likely not going to be good. Jacks? Pair of 6s? Wow. And a 1250 splash right afterwards. So a rather call-happy gentleman. Yeah. We are... Actually, let's raise it. Maybe we get this guy out. I kind of doubt it, but stranger things have happened to us in the past. Also, we're not folding to re-raise here. Just way too much money there. Yep. Not loving it now, of course. Here we're calling. Backdoor flush draw. Good. We're not. Not against the... Hey, top 2. That'll be good enough for us here. Run into aces, then so be it. Or queens or deuces or whatever. This is neat. SPL. I'm gonna dig the hand up unless Lemon 2 remembers all the details and puts them in there. Hey, we take this one down. That was a nice one, too. Z-Coop. Welcome to the channel, Z-Coop. There are currently no, there's only PLO 10. They don't want to split the small player pool too much. They had PLO 4 for a while, but almost never ran. It might actually be worth going on their Discord and asking about PLO 4 or 5, whatever. Because they do listen to their customers a lot on Discord, and maybe it's something they want to give it another shot. SPR was around 3. Yeah, let me dig up the hand. Yep, I think I found it. Found a flop here that I don't like. I found what I like here, though. Alright. Yeah, I found the hand. I'll put it up in a moment. Give you a warning, Thello, too. Take it down there. Nothing cooking here. Just gonna give up. So, that was the hand. Here. Pair of 9s takes it down. No, actually a set of deuces, but same difference probably. Right. So we had the ace queen 6-5. I believe I raised. It was 3-bet. The other gentleman came over the top and I called. And we were 3 ways on the flop. The other guy folded before the action came to me. And he bet part on the jack 10-9. Where I had the nut flush draw and the gutter to the nuts with the ace queen. No pair though. SPR 3, I think yeah, is correct. Don't see how we can fold the flop then after at least Peter. Noted! Noted. Actually gonna copy it out. Is it bit nitty? Not the end of the world either. Alright, alright. You guys saved me a lot of study time in the past. I appreciate all of that happening in the chat right now. Thanks. Hey, also appreciate having the full house here. With 2 flush draws on board. Might get a call. Here we have a gutter and a king high flush draw. Do get called and check called, so we're probably good. Back to 7-4. Oh, 7-4 confirmed. Nice hand, he says. And I see. What did you have then? Table 4, we took it down. You had... King high flush. Kings... The king high flush. Consider that I call happy note, okay. Ah, duh. That one. Probably not great, that call. Cool. Yeah, good point. Also noted. Thanks. We're gonna call once here with, of course, the top pair, decent kicker, and the backdoor flush draw. That might slow him down. But I shouldn't be in this hand from the small blind. Oh, I gotta walk with double suited aces here. Too bad. Okay, I'm gonna put some question marks behind the call happy note then. Because it's a good point. Maybe it's not as outrageous as a bluff catcher as I thought at runtime. Upper size is more EV. Interesting, yeah. Hey, that's pretty cool. Wait, why am I in this hand? Oh, because it's a splash bot. Okay, yeah, that's... Honestly, I clicked this button completely on autopilot. Kinda happy that the flop is bailing us out a little. Double paired kings here. With threes and hearts. Mind bluff may consider a smaller sizing. Calling range. Yeah, the smaller sizing looks way less than a bluff, to me at least, and I think that's true pretty often for a lot of players. That is a really good point then. That would be out as well. Yeah, that's well worth experimenting with. And we take it down, very happy about that. You good? Yep, cool. That's unfortunate. Just gonna call. Not the worst. Fold. Not the worst, but fold is definitely worse than calling. Okay, yeah, that's the most important metric there, right? In my mind, like, pick the option that is, you know, the least worst, for sure. Yeah? And love having you back, fellow. That is all kinds of helpful. Thanks. Yeah, and good point. He can have worse flush draws. He can have just grabs with a worse flush draw, which we're not doing bad against at all. Or a pair with a bad flush draw. Okay. Cool. So how did your last days go, Thello? I saw that post in the Discord and man, what a night. Congrats again on that. That was a huge score. And sometimes everything just goes right. The dealer cooperates and you have a spot at the table just happy. Donking off money and repeating the process for the longest time. Ten, 6, 7 against the under the gun min raise, really. Gutter, flush draw, not much. Here we have bottom set. I called closing the action. Again. Pretty sure that needs to be called. Check this one out. To call here. Triple suited. Oh wait, you're really short. I didn't see that, sir. Otherwise I would have put you all in on the flop. My bad. Looks like we're good. Winning a small one, but we're winning it. The operative word there. This guy behind, queen high flush draw and little else. Single raise pot. Alright, let's take one off. I got the queen 8871. The queen 9 still gets called triple suited there. The queen 7 not. So that's the one where it stops to be a call. So it's not a huge deal. But good to know nevertheless. No hands for us currently, pretty much anywhere. But I think the day is going a-okay. Check. Yeah, it is. We have 210 bucks, a little more than 4 buy-ins in the last 2.5 hours. That qualifies as a happy day indeed. Okay, so next time I will definitely keep that in mind and play it differently. So I had the, what did I have? I had the gutter. And the perfect nut flush draw, as in I was perfectly single suited. Didn't have 3 of the spades. You think it makes a huge difference if you have 3 spades there? Does it make enough of a difference for it to be a fold? I'd be curious to hear what you guys think. And it's not a trick question, I don't know the answer. Hey, I know the answer here. The question is, what did we flop? The answer is the nuts. I have the 2 flush draws in form of redraws, but take it down the flop right away. Oh, 6 p.m. I think the highlight video of my play on the official RunItOnce channel when I was very kindly invited by RunItOnce to play on their Twitch channel. There should be a best of published now. Yeah! There it is. Cool. I'm gonna have to watch that one in the break. 30-minute best of. Are you kidding me? How? Alright, we have kings here. Take them to battle. I think we can get away with checking here. There are no draws on this board. Lost in a big short deck PLO. Short deck PLO has to be super crazy. Other than that, things have been great. You good online session, Smiley. It's absurdly soft. Off to London for Triton next Saturday. Nice, Thallo, nice. We gotta see you on the Triton games, huh? Man, I'm looking forward to that. Best of luck for that, Thallo. That certainly has me smiling. That's good news all around. Cheers, keep it up. I don't know why I didn't bet here in the end. I definitely had the best hand at this point. What did he bet? It wasn't jacks, obviously. Tens or pure bluff, right? Yeah, pure bluff confirmed. He was clicking buttons on a flop. And you know what? We won the max actually, but you couldn't have called with his hand. Which I didn't know. I should have bet the river. Not defending that. Closing the action, double suited. Gapped rundown, but let's see a flop. Not the one we were looking for. We do have a gutter, but absolutely no flush blocker, so we let it go. Especially for this bet sizing. I think it'll be around 90 more minutes of stream, maybe 2 hours. And then I will go on a break and I will return at 10:30 tonight with even more PLO. We have one short sec on this table, which isn't ideal, but there are no other tables to choose from right now. With these guys, tight aggro, well, they're not the greatest. Hey, look at me, I'm loose aggro. Ah. And tight aggro on all the other tables. No, I tell a lie. Tight passive here. I'll blame the dealer. Can't be that I'm in a nit, right? That can't be it. Top pair against the shorty. You know, with the 8 and the diamond, I think I do want to see bet here. Maybe even a little bit larger. We are blocking some drawing hands, is what I mean. I think on a board as bad as this, we don't need to bet top pair. If we did, it would be mostly, well, not mostly as a bluff, but yeah. It's a nice one. Bet 4, we are probably down bets. If he doesn't, we're gonna. The ace queen can call. Let's go small. Like an ace queen, ace 10 maybe even can call sometimes. They want to. Hey, I have the nuts on another table. Hey, oh, sorry, I was talking about a hand that you couldn't see at all. My bad. Duh. As MPN would say, pro streamer right there. Get called? Are we good? Nice! Going for the thin value worked out there. Let's see, it must have been the ace queen, right? No, just queens. Huh, how did that work? Oh, you're almost... I didn't see that he was this short. Otherwise, I wouldn't have changed anything. We were good there. We were good here in the small one, which I couldn't show you in time because it was over before I could switch. Where you play short deck PLO? Sounds like you're playing online. If it's live, then I understand, but where can you play short deck PLO? Not that I would want to, that's PLO is still too crazy for me. Lots to learn in this game, so I'm not gonna branch out. But yeah, I'm curious. So probably not much change in terms of profits. Let's check. Actually it did, we're up almost 5 binds now. Yeah, now we have the exact reverse situation from earlier where we had kings and the board was queens. We have queens and the board is kings. That's a helpful card. We're beaten by 2 hands at this point. If you could raise, of course, easy fold. Not a spot where we get bluffed a lot. Yep. Snap fold. And if it is a bluff, then well done. Honestly, I have to correct myself there. Maybe we are getting bluffed there a lot. It's just a spot where I wouldn't bluff a lot. I have no idea if that's wrong or not. You should bluff on a 3 of kind board. Either way, it's no big deal. First of all, they don't come up often, and I feel I have a decent amount of bluffs currently in my game. Including some ill-advised ones every once in a while. Take it down with the king's pre. Up to pair on this board, where we also block straight draws. And have a spade. Small blind. Parting it. You're call happy to do this. Take it down. Cool. All for that. Still sitting on 3 tables waiting for the 4th. The player pool 16 entries in PLO 50, 10 in PLO 10. Cool. And and there are actually 3 entries in NL 5, 200, and 2 in NL 100. Neat. There might be some high stakes, no limit games going on currently. Check this one out. It's a spot I really haven't invested much time into yet. Like, what am I calling in the big blind if the button opens? Really admit that. Queen check 10-6. Go for a bluff here from the small blind. One go at it, then we're done. Check 10-6. Fine, fine, perfectly reasonable and fine all there. Is that true if you're not suited to the queen as well? Yeah. As long as we have the Queen Jack 10 combo, that is strong enough. Apparently. I'll give up on it. Yeah, once I check the... Yeah. Chat is in full lurker mode. People are mesmerized by my voice. That has to be it. Yeah, we just let this one go. Coming over the top would have been funky, but nah. I think the King 7 would maybe... Nah, even the King 7's not on top there a lot. Nah. Just give up on it. And move on. Lurker confirmed. Wasn't the flush round the king board, wasn't it? Hey, that's rather nice. Without a spade, let's start off by checking. I think is a good call here. Load up the pot. And nasty turns can roll off. So definitely cuts down on the amount of full houses he can have. Here's on the board. Without a spade, I'll let it go. NutRaisin. Just woke up and he's gonna put me back to sleep. We need more NutRaisin sleep podcasts. New calling. Just put me to sleep. He's super relaxing voice too. So you're following in good footsteps. That is quite a nice thing to hear. ASM racing. After I'm into football, going to feed my doggies. Hey. That is rather important, feeding them doggies. Drool too, huh? Oh, cats we can do plural. Doggies, not so much. So he needed to call, of course. He's hating life. I don't know what he's doing in this hand. Wait, well, what? Queen 10-10 deuce, I believe. Single suited. Button. Not raised, he 3-bet. Jeez. Cut off. Nothing happening for us currently, which is fine. We're sitting on more in the starting stack on all the tables, are doing fine for the day, up roughly 5 binds at this point. No sweat, displaying some patience here for a moment. Zack Attack, almost missed your commentary. He has such a relaxing voice. I'm falling asleep. I have fallen asleep. Oh, that's cool. I also like the knit emote. Oh, with the knitting needles. I didn't see that at first. I thought it was like a money bag. That's awesome. Ah, that's unfortunate. I have such excellent blockers here, sir. So I didn't mind c-betting. Alright, well, I think we have to take one off with the flush draw. Now we make a straight. Make our gutter. Hopefully you're splitting it right now and are free rolling with the flush. Putting it in. Yeah. Damn it. Not gonna go into bluffing mode here. Let's hope we split it. Nah, not splitting it confirmed. Wait, what? What? How did I... What? 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah, because I can't count until 5 apparently. And that means he didn't have a straight. I did, however. He had a top set on the flop. I'll take it. Neat. I also don't know why I didn't bet here. That would have been a perfect spot to bet on the flop. Can rectify the situation now. Yeah, that's Hello. That's the perfect question there. What are my bluffs? And the answer is none, I think. I mean, it was I know hard blockers. Very having enough knockdown boards by the river. You don't have to. Noted. Very much noted. So in fact, noted for real. Taking that one down as well. Thank you for saying that, Thello. I would have figured this might be a spot where I don't have any bluffs. As I just... No, I wouldn't have figured that. That's what I did figure. You just heard me say that. Thanks. Here, well, we're deepish. But we have the front and the backdoor flush draw. If he raises, the money is going in. I think we're c-betting here. Also, we block straight draw as well. Giving us a gutter ourselves now. So he's not coming over the top here with any hand, basically, if I bet. I think, like, the ace-10, even 10s, once I 3-bet this pot in the micros, not very likely. Like, you know, worst case scenarios, let's assume we river turn the set of 10s. We do take it down and all this is moot. Did I miss anything else in the chat? I almost missed one comment there. From Zack Attack. Welcome back to the channel, by the way, Zack Attack. Sorry, I was all over the place here for a moment, apparently. Such a relaxing voice. Yeah, then, okay, then the 10 high would be a bluff. Let's see, what was the board? King, queen, king, suited run out. A nut flush blocker. Which of course would also block ace-king type of hands. It's something I'll look into. My upcoming off days when I'm actually gonna start putting study time in. Once more. Richie Rob in the channel. Nice to see you, Richie Rob. Richie Rob has now been banned from all future giveaways. No, of course not. Man, was that funny seeing you take down 2 prizes. You were at the casino to boot. You were making money in the casino, I hope and presume. And also winning the prizes here. Guys, if you would like to see a no delay tournament stream from a player that has a live cash game background, the chat, he never shuts up, the chat never shuts up in his channel, both in the best possible way. Do check out Richie Rob. One of the streamers, whenever I host him, well, often when I host him, I tend to stick around far longer than I originally intended. Yeah, I recommend Richie Rob for your tournament poker needs. So how you be doing, Richie Rob? Did you claim both of your prizes yet? I informed all the parties that you and respectively the other prize winners were coming to claim. should for sure be mixing raise with the flush draw as backup. Next we can do out of equity sets and spades. Facing many bad spots. Damn it, I have to take all your chat notes down today, Thello. That is, again, very nice that you're taking the time to put this in there, especially while you're busy. On other tables or doing other things. Thank you very much. Again, noted. Yeah, that's definitely a spot where I'm aware, not this spot specifically, but generally speaking, where I'm aware that I have holes in my games with when it comes to the post-flop aggression in many spots. So appreciate that. Leading for value, you can't have 0 bluffs. Yeah, okay. Or why are you ever getting called? Solid points. Okay, we make the nuts here for now. Maybe block the nuts. A tiny pot, we're still gonna pot it, and pot it if he raises. If he leads. We'll pot it either way. Just gonna call here. Check behind. Fortunately, we get raised again, and she has to. Wow. Okay, the double flush draw. I don't really see the bet, but okay, on the turn. So kind as usual. You deserve it. It's always from the heart when I give shoutouts in this channel. For Queen Jack combos with no hearts. Okay, because you're not blocking, yeah. Check raise bluff. Yeah. Again. Noted for real. Hey, on the last hand. On the last hand here, because I'm not gonna play heads up. You have aces. See how we fare. Noted once more, Othello. Running hot for sure. Yeah, weren't you just? It was too funny. Especially since I was on PokerBros channel a couple of days ago when he had a giveaway. And only stream was one there too. And I, you know, witnessed that in amusement and figured, you know, this... Now that it's happened there, it's not gonna happen to me. I'm gonna call you because of cards like this where we can bluff. Blocking the nuts quite heavily, having 2 10s here. So no matter what he does, we're gonna hit that pot button. Shuts up in the best place. Yeah, that's true about Richie Rob, and who's the other guy? The Shadow Maniac also never shuts up. So I guess it's dinner time for other people because we are down to two tables. Luckily, we have Ace King 10 double suited on one of them. This guy is not a shorty anymore. Here we get called. More power to you. Low flush draw. Yep. Great draw. I mean. Actually, no. We're gonna go with a decent bet sizing. Yeah, we're blocking one of our own outs. We do block the Broadway, but not the other straight draw. I think the money is still going in. We do block the nuts. On a rainbow board, I could check, sure. Oh. So far we're not getting snapped. Take that as good news. Taking it down. Take that as even better news. And the third table just reopened. Maybe we can check out what microgaming has to offer. There was a pretty juicy play. Wow, they have a table with an average pot size of 36. What happened there? We could raise here. Definitely no disaster with our hand. King 7, 6, 5. Double suited. Have a pair. All the flush draws here. You'll lead this for a change. Make 2 pair here, beating all the aces except ace king. Here we get raised, and I guess then the money is going in. I wouldn't lead here a lot, but I've opted to do it this time. We have a pair. I think we're winning this with a pair of fives. Shazam, for real. Man, the hat is working. Cloud, welcome back to the channel, Cloud. You're asking at a very opportune time. Because it just went from going great to going even greater, I guess. I'll give you an update in a moment. Wait, so he came over the top with the what now here on table 2? I know he had the king high flush, but what else? That's it. Man, how did we dodge there? And how good are we running on this table? That's a shorty too. With the queen 6-3 double suited blind versus blind, we get raised, we call and flop trips. Having no clubs. Just gonna put it in. See where that takes us. Hey, it takes us 2 and all in. Here's the overpair and the flush draw. Don't do it. No! Rivers is king, but it was a small part. I said at half stack. So how is the session going, Cloud? Welcome back to the channel, by the way. In case I didn't say that earlier. We're up 200, 260... Wait, is that correct? No, it's not. Hang on. I need a damn calculator. Yeah, actually we're up 270 at this point, so 5.5 buy-ins almost. This might help in that regard as well against the same gentleman here, where we're gonna come over the top for sure if he now c-bets. Flop the top pair, the wrap, and the king high flush draw. Make that the flush for us. Yeah, this would have been one of the better spots to lead. He wants to make a thin call now, maybe he's ticked off. Oh, okay. Hello, that sweet dear, you don't see that every day. You know, matter of fact, a couple of days later, no, actually the same day, we had another 1000 BB splash pot, which I think was slightly smaller in the end, or roughly the same size. The day afterwards, though, or 2 days, we had 2 800 BB splashes, and one of them resulted in a pot of 938 euros, I believe. So had that been a 500 euro splash, we would have crossed the 1000 euro mark. See the point of potting there. Yeah, don't do this a lot there either. I don't know. Kind of felt like doing it. Don't have a good reason for it. Spot where I check the overwhelming majority of the time. And never fold if he bets, but... Yeah, good point. And that's an excellent for narrowing his range when most of his hands are behind and can continue. Yeah. This Salo guy, he definitely knows what he's talking about. Get it. Cool. Yeah. I think what made me pot it was that I saw a stack and he had the SPR was at like 1.3 or something like that. I was hoping he would get it in, but yeah, but you're completely right. What am I hoping that he gets it in with? As you say, I'm blocking sets. Yeah, I didn't think any further than that. Than seeing a stack size and going with it. And my note file is gonna be full of Thallo insights, and I dig that quite a lot. Yeah, you know, looking back, it makes perfect sense what you're saying. It's your Hey, if you think that's my biggest mistake, then take this as a compliment a little bit. If this hand plug it into to see small sizing or check 90%. Noted. And it's amazing to have you back in the channel, fellow. And no mistake. Hey, the player pool is not on life support anymore. We have 22 entries now. Get raised here. You're not folding jacks once we open them on the button. Have a pair. Not much else. Don't think we'll be able to see a turn here. It's not gonna check it. Nope. Yeah. Lemon 2, good point. In the 3-bet pot. Can't even recall the hand, sadly enough now. But yeah, that's the board I'm always c-betting, I think. Any ace-high board. Here we have a wrap. Actually, this one I can check in position. To go for the bet. I'm certainly gonna check it behind. Give me a pair and I bet here all day long. But I think mixing it up a little bit is probably not horrible. Make the flush if we're gonna bet smallish, hoping for a call. 2 pair. Well, not much is calling us here, but still. Up to him to decide. Mixed checking, 1/3 pot is much better on that ace. When I hit yeah, once the queen turned on that board. Very rare that my yeah, something I am not taking into account a lot right now. Admittedly. Where was he? And said we are behind. Yeah, yeah. Sets would have gotten it in before that point, probably. And yeah, large range. Large part of his calling range there is the nut straight. Oh, any straight. Nut straight possible, I believe. No, there wasn't. But still, your point still stands unimpeded. Time for some ACR today, Cloud. The nightly session possibly, yeah. Right now the RunItOnce tables are kind of nice, but in the nightly session sounds good. Let's play some nano PLO on ACR. Get to rivers cheaper. Yeah. That's right, there aren't any scare cards anymore. I guess the king. Putting a few more straights out there, but again, though, it is very, very nice of you that you take the time to put all of that in there, and I appreciate it quite a lot. Thanks. I'll take it down and know it. Nothing really exciting happened in the last couple of minutes here. Did you get any exciting hands? I'm gonna go for the raise fold here with the ace queen jack jack with the offsuit. Hey, another new microgaming table where we potentially have either a good or a crazy player here. Somebody has to be responsible for this table having an average pot size of 32 euros. Took it out on table 2 with the ace queen jack jack. Gonna squeeze here with kings and jacks. Suitor to the king. Calling it is probably not horrible either. Let's go for the more... Let's go the other way. Start off by checking. If he calls, I'm letting it go. But I am calling. Nah, it's not a good one. That ain't a good one. Might stop him a little bit, but I doubt it. Doesn't really hit my range. Yeah, when I at least with my blockers like flush draw and straight blockers, I usually plan the bluff in advance. I set it up in advance. Don't just hit the pot button on the river. That is something I think I'm doing quite a lot, especially with nut flush blockers. And I dig that you're chiming in as well, Cloud. Much more makes it even more interesting for me. Not much more, but even more. Hello on his own is plenty of interesting already. But I dig it. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't... Yeah, that's true. Okay, I think we found the answer. This guy seems to be crazy. So don't mind calling the 3-bit, cold calling the 3-bit here on the button with double suited king, queen, queen, 7. It's just what does this guy do if I come over the top, but it's not an... I kind of would have liked if the crazy dude would have come over the top. Then I would have called. It would have very likely shut this guy out because he's deep. He has to worry about playing deep against this guy out of position. Now I think I just have to let it go. It's not a superb hand, but love to see flop to play this hand. But I can't against the 4-bet, 5-bet, whatever that was at this point. 4-bet, I think. Yeah, so Don Juzu seems to be the one driving the action on this table. And we have a great spot having him to our exact right. I was like to think what I would do with my bluff as part of my thought process. That's the way to go. I do that sometimes. I can't claim I do it often enough, I feel. So definitely point well taken as well. I feel this is the new table to watch here. You can see some showdown by Donju. Man, Thello, thank you so very much for dropping a gift sub for Cloud there. That is very nice of you. I mean, you've already done enough for this channel. Way more than... You know, I don't know how to end that sentence. Way more than... You've done a lot for this channel already. Thank you very much for donating that sub. That's quite a thing to do. Here we have a pair in the wrap. Nice wrap too. Crazy dude bets. We'll get back to the chat in a moment. Take it down here. That's awesome. Yeah, never folding against a crazy dude. I don't see the value in raising. Nah. And we're good. You sure I'm just buying this up with your own money at this point? Hey, we get to play heads up. With a decent hand, pre-flop, blind versus blind, but Not a good flop for it. But man, are we sitting at the right table here. Might see some fireworks coming up there. Two flushes out there now. Check what ends up happening. It is, Cloud, it is. It'll get easier over time. I mean, I used to multi-table with way more tables than this for streaming, but yeah, it's yeah, agreed. Especially now, since we're now sitting on five tables, but I will be damned if I ditch this one. I really don't want to ditch any of the RunItOnce tables either. Let's get seated at a full PLO 50 table. I'll bring that one over whenever something exciting ends up happening. And this guy must have gotten lucky. Maybe he plays well too. We don't know yet. But nobody else here is deep yet, and he's just sitting on all the money on the table. I have my strategy goes out of the window. King 7 is a fold and it sucks with forwarding range. Yeah. Had the crazy guy done it here, then yeah. Basically dust, yeah. And unblocking here is just... I completely agree. I was just hem and hawing about it because I would have loved to play the part against the crazy dude. And yeah, I wasn't quite happy with seeing the 4-bet. Woot, I heard the noise. Mazarops, thank you very much for following the channel. That's very nice of you. And Cloud saying that's why I just one table. Yeah. I mean, that's how I started too, and I added tables once I felt, you know, I had capacity left over. But you definitely miss out some spots where you get to think deeper about things once you start multi-tabling, the more tables you have. Jack 10, yeah, okay. The Jack 10 combo is just... the Queen Jack 10 combo is even more valuable than just a Jack 10 double suited. It should be. Yeah, that's maybe also a thing on this table with the dude. We didn't know for sure back then, but we assumed that he was the crazy guy on this table. The 4-betting ranges might be a little bit lighter, but still, I'm not calling there. Here. Actually, against the small blind, I don't really mind the bet. If he wants to get it in, we shall oblige. 400 BB. That gives us the second nuts currently with a straight flush gut shot. Even double suited, yeah. And often one of your suits is dead. That's what ends up happening a lot there too, yeah. Completely true. You're deep. Yeah, if you're really deep, that might be a worthwhile approach, Cloud. You think this guy is pretty much only 4-betting aces there. Then I like it, trying to outplay him post. Yeah, and we weren't, that's for sure. We were sitting at 100 BB at that point. Making a straight here. Here I'm gonna loosen up my calling ranges a little bit because I've positioned on the crazy guy who checks twice. Get check raised, I still let go. Have no idea how this guy plays post, except for the time when he bet 9-high flush twice. Mogri's in the channel as well. If you guys enjoy mixed games, then you will enjoy Mogri's channel. Do check him out. Very, very nice and relaxing stream. And he plays all the games. You know, Baduji, Raz, PLO 8. All of them. Did it return to a button clicker when I multi-table? I sometimes end up in spots where I'm like, how the hell, why am I in this hand? Often enough the answer is because I'm in the big blind, which is fine. But sometimes it's... the reason is not as good. Closing the action, we're not suited to the ace. Good question. It's an ugly sight to see. Oh. Maybe have aces on the extra table. Yeah, it's one of the hands where, which usually I never call in the spot against Donjos. I want like to be in as many hands as I can, as long as they're even remotely reasonable. I'll return reverber trips, which is, except for the kicker, probably good here a lot. Kicker might be a problem, let's see. He just had nothing. We be good. Alright, so stabby, gentlemen. He sees a lot of checks in front. Stabby on the river. Hey, trips again for us, this time on a turn here. Alright. Take it down. Play a hand where we have top pair. See how he's going about it. That's part, huh? Well, I'm not folding against crazy just yet. Top 2 is very likely going to be enough to get it in if he bets, and if he doesn't, I will... I will pot it, I think. And we're good. Another 12 bucks coming our way. This is turning out to be one sweet table. 3 bucks in the middle, let's play this hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't in the cutoff, and I think that is... No, actually, it's fine. I think this one is fine in the cutoff. Let's double check now. Yeah. I don't have any equity, so I'm not losing any by betting here. You know, when I say I don't have any, I mean I don't have much. So let's bet once and let it be done with it. On a turn like this... Maybe I don't want to be done with it just yet. I mean, things like ace-king are still gonna call a lot. And we do take it down. Very nice. What was that? The 10-9-7-7 and the cutoff. And here, the crazy table. Call in position. ISOing has his appeal too. No idea how 4-bit heavy this gentleman is. Get bored with a nut flush draw. Too excited. Actually, that 7-7 hand does not get played when I was looking up for the cutoff. So there is that. Which of course is assuming, you know, normal parts, since that was a splash pot. It is fine, I think, with 6 big blinds extra in there. What do we do here? I'll be letting it go. All we have is the nut flush draw on the paired board. Pair outs. Not all that often good. Even the... Yeah, and he just headed it all the way against kings. Other gentlemen had kings. Alright, let me catch up with the chat. Yep. Calling here for the same reasons as before. I have a gutter. I have a feeling we're not gonna see a turn. Hey, we do. The king, nope. Just here, Baduji? Oh yeah, Baduji. Mogris. It's all about those mixed games, fellow. Right away, you bet out when so many hands already beat you, and even more that you can fold. The first part might very well be a mistake. I appreciate the kind words and the sentiment, though. Also appreciate making the nuts here. Hang on. Hey, and we flop a set and a second nut flush here. That is quite against the crazy. Let's not... Didn't get called, I believe. He bets. It's pot too. Alright. This guy now raises. So he doesn't come over the top. Just, okay, he folds. Well, I can't fold, not with the redraw to the full house. And the second nuts as well. And now, probably an ugly situation because the SPR is really low. It's 0.5. And we do have the second nuts. Nothing here enough. Ugh. And C-Stars 23! Thank you very much for following. Very nice of you. I mean, he raised 2 peeps. He could be doing with the blocker. We don't do it all that often, especially not a massive player like this. That hurts. It hurts. Him I would have... Well, I don't even know if I would have called him, because he doesn't seem to go completely crazy, at least against aggression. Post-flop, this otherwise crazy guy, he seems to be rather nutty when it comes to him taking aggressive lines. But... though the fold hurts, players like this... I don't know if they're taking the blocker play too often there. Nothing is happening on all the other RunItOnce tables currently. Not for us, anyway. Oh no, he left! He left! Okay, what's your name? Don Joseph88. Let's put you into the search function. Maybe you're sitting down somewhere else? Yeah, but he went to a 50... He went to a PLO 100 table. I mean, I could short stack there. He has some appeal. I'll keep the table open, see if I can get a seat. This table I will leave now. I have a 4th RunItOnce table. That is plenty. Wait, no, not next hand. We do have one more hand. Yeah, so this guy moved up to PLO 100. We have one last hand ourselves here, and microgaming table, and I'll try to catch up with the chat. Need more Baduji in my life. Hey, we still take this one down. Nice. Oh, gets a low rundown. More RunItOnce action then for now. Alright, 4 RunItOnce tables. We're deep on... we're 2 stacks deep on one of them. Not really effectively though. Deepest player has almost has 70 bucks at this point. So it's the only game. Time to go for a run. Thank you for the good luck, Lemon 2, and see you soon. Thank you for tuning in. And have a good run. Thello heading out. Thello, thank you very much for putting all of that in the chat there. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to type that in the chat before you possibly leave. I was quiet for a moment. Thank you very much for all the advice you put in the chat, Thello, and I hope you're crushing yourself next couple of days. I have a little doubt you will, unless the dealer starts being a poopy pants to you. I'm looking forward to seeing the next big scores posted in the Discord. Absolutely no hands. We are folding quite a lot. Strangely enough, I'm not asleep on any but one table, though. Lose passive on one, fight aggressive on the other two. I'll take it. And that's what's in the chat. Okay, the loose hands got a call. Waited for having a diamond as well. 4 diamonds on the board. 4 diamonds on the board I had not considered, yeah. Yeah, ugly spot. Don't need to be right, what, 1 in 4 times? That's probably okay, yeah. Nitty me! Besides all the nittiness, how are we doing for the day? Not much changed. I think we're... We did a little bit. We're... Micro, we're up... $95. 195. We are still up 5 buy-ins at this point, so all is well. Good first session. It's gonna go on for at least another 25 minutes, maybe a few minutes more. Not quite sure yet. And of course, I'll be back tonight at 10:30. Before that, let's play some more hands though. Mogris. Run good while I'm gone. Alright, see you soon, Mogris, and I'll do my best. Everybody who chats is leaving. Looks like it. I was just thinking, I'm mesmerizing people with my masculine voice, which is why they really forget about chatting. Leaves just you and I, Cloud. Oh, and Draksha, of course, also chats sometimes. Less about PLO strategy, though. Absolutely nothing. We just have to fold everywhere. I mean, I'm not complaining. We had our fair share run of... Our fair share of a good run today already. And should I get a table on the PLO 100? Should I get a seat there, the PLO 100 table, of course? Then I'll sit down as a short stacker there. Sit down with 30 BB. You know what? It's actually... What am I mind betting on now? I think think I take it down a lot. I think I have the best hand a lot too. Because he didn't check a straight, at least not the nut straight, in position on the rainbow board, and very likely not the other straight either. Nope. A whole lot of nopes are getting dealt to us. Well, still a nope. On the button it's fine. Let me double check so I'm not being accidentally too nitty there. This is one we can raise, so Jack 10, 9, 9. But yeah, that hand there on table 4, Jack 10, 10, 3. Double suited, I really doubt it. You know what? With the Jack 10 combo is strong enough for the solver. It is a raise and it is a raise call. Now that is surprising to me. I know I would raise call it on the button. Wouldn't have been quite sure about the cutoff. But the MP is a proper surprise. So the double suited Jack 10, Jack 10, 10, no? Alright. Take it down here. Curious if I'm supposed to call a raise with a disconnected hand like that. Here we're gonna go for the raise fold. Against the button open in the small blind. The ace, king, queen, 10 suited to the ace. Against the 4-betting range we're not doing great. In that case we'll let it go. And what was that? The ace, queen, 7, 4 single suited there. Nah, it's not a board I'm checking, especially not when I have a club in my hand as well. So, button open, the ace queen 7 4 it was. Let's see, what's the solver perspective? Gets raise called. As long as you're perfectly single suited and single suited to the queen there. You're closing the action. You have a queen high suit, we have nice connectivity. Flop 3 pairs. Oh. So with 3 pairs. Alright, let's take one off. Full house. Ah! Fair enough. Wasn't that lucky? The second nuts is what we have. Saw the crazy dude donk off one bind at the PLO 100 table. Let's see if he rebuys. The seat opening up on that table to his very right, to his very left again. Blue is sitting out. He rebought indeed. Hope we get a seat there. Nice splash down here. We're somewhat equipped. 10, 7, 6, 4 double suited. Against a min raise. Fair. Maybe that's the hand I would like to play heads up. Question is, can I get 2 heads up here with the extra money in there? I kinda doubt it. Like, this guy is gonna fold a lot, sure, but he's gonna call, then he's gonna call. It's not a great multi-pay hand. Let's just complete the min raise. Flush draw and a gut shot. Getting that flush. 7 high though. On a paired board. I might get called by a... Let's go for like a blocker type of bet here. Might get called by straights. Also get called or raised by all the hands that beat me, but if I get raised, I'll let it go. A higher flush might not want to raise now, then would allow me to showdown cheaply. Yeah, we could just take it down. $3 of rakeback coming our way, 6 BB. Take it. Actually, I have a hand here too on the button. Ace 10, 9, 8, single suited. The ace. Yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna... I had one break. I think we're gonna call it a session in 17 minutes. Find somebody fun to host, and I'll be back at 10:30. Maybe I'm gonna be back earlier at 10. Either way, I'll announce it on Twitter, and you'll see on Twitch when I'm live as well. No need to bet here. Down here we flop a flush. Single raise pot, which I called. He bets now. I am gonna call. Here, gutter, which would still be to the nuts, and then nut flush draw. It's good enough. Should we have a gutter to the straight flush here too? Don't ask and you shall receive. Will do. I will do it too. To turn this one into a bluff. Actually, let's give it a shot. I folded the overwhelming majority of the time. Let's mix it up. Ah, get called. Nice sevens, okay. Still not the easiest call to make. Or if they keep checking, I will put a... Will I put a small bet in here? Yeah, maybe this guy wants to bluff now. I'm gonna call if he bets. Looks like we're good. Yep. I don't think it was completely without sense there too. Sure, I would have played a set differently on this board, on the flop, for example. But I do river some 10-7s there, or some king 7s even. Wait, was there a king on the board? I do river full houses, is what I'm trying to say. Queen 7, yeah. 7-5. 4. Ace is down here. It's bound to be fun. Looks like the crazy dude on the microgaming table donked off another buy-in. 2-pair and a nut flush blocker. Gonna start betting right away. As we talked about earlier, setting the bluff up right in the beginning here. No need to bet large either. Not on the flop. And I would play the nuts here the exact same way. Maybe barring the straight flush. That one I might check behind. And the crazy dude rebought once more. Is in for a third buy now at PLO 100. Damn. Kingdom for a seat there. I mean, I'm currently out of kingdoms, but... Oh. Romeliot! Nice to see you! With a whole array of emotes. Good to see you back, Romeliot. Yeah, I was just saying, in case you missed it when you just tuned in 17 minutes, no, sorry, in 13 minutes, I'm gonna go on a break. I'll be back 10:30 at the latest, so 2.5 hours from now. relatively likely that I will be back at 10 actually. But either way, I'll announce it as always on Twitter, and you'll also see on Twitch. Closing the action here, I don't like the call. Just click that button. But I wouldn't have. Let's check it out though. There's a lot of leeway here with pairs. And it's a button open, hang on. Yeah, it's a button open, then I don't mind. The big blind versus... Yeah, okay. Get out. King, Jack, 4. Yep, it's fine. Completely fine. All the King, Jacks get called. Everybody knows you don't bluff in PLO. Me? Never! Oh, welcome back, Superman. Hey, we have a 6 big blind splash here, $3 extra in the middle. Let's pick up the fight. Rather nice blind versus blind here. Also have a diamond blocker. No other draws really on the board. Also, I do block this straight draw as well. Maybe just get called flop. A top pair, no hearts. Yeah, I'm not folding, that's for sure. Backdoor flush draw as well for us, which is rolling off, and they got it to the nuts now. So we're not folding here either. I think we're calling down. Quickly too. Ah, had that 5, huh? I think he would have bluffed here had he not had the 5 as well. More minutes, few more hands. See, right now we should be up a little more than 4 binds, I believe. Lost a few hands here and there, nothing too major. Wait, was there an autopilot fold? No, that's good. We're up just a hair over 4 buy-ins for the first session of the day. I think that is definitely a reason to be happy. Limpers treat as a third blind. Try to get a heads up with this hand, which we do. He comes over top, I'm not folding. Alright, that would have been my move, very likely. Betting there. Do get a seat on the crazy guy's table at PLO 100. I'm gonna be short stacking there. Not the greatest seat since he's 2 to our left here. Gonna bring it over whenever something interesting happens. Right. This one needs to be 3-bet, let's check it out. You can call a re-raise though. Not the board for us, unfortunately. Check this one out. So we're big blind versus MP, effectively. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine 3-bet and call. All is well. Didn't screw it up. €5 splash, huh? 10 BB. Ooh, not a good hand. Gonna go eat. Catch you on the next stream, Cloud. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same in a few moments as well. Thanks for being part of the stream for all this time today. Hey, that is a rather decent flop. Didn't need to switch away. My bad. Top 2, 400 BB. The diamond blocker. The other things, the spades. I think here I'm just coming over the top. D9 some equity to hands like King 10 with a flush drop. Possibly fold. Depending on how good their flush draw is. He's in a tough spot because he bet, he called. It's not unlikely that at least one other guy has the same hand. So he's has a tough time calling. He just calls as well. That's excellent, giving us a gutter to a straight flush actually. Allowing us to put it all in. So we are free rolling him very likely in at least 2 ways. Make a full house and can make the nut flush. That's a good pot already. See what ends up happening here. Ah, the spade. How well we are blocking spades. Yeah. Good for you, my friend. Just with the ace queen and spades. Wow, this guy's very call happy. Pity there. Cannot be helped. That's an excellent spot. She was a really excellent spot since we weren't chopping until then. Damn. Hey, that's a rather nice turn. Up against the straight. It still works, banana deceiver. I still smile when I see you, Nick. Welcome back. Hasn't gotten old yet. Hasn't gotten old yet. Get raised here. I think this is a bluff often enough. Crazy table where I'm short second and get a nice hand. Here I flop a nice hand. So let's see what the crazy dude is gonna do. It just calls. Would have loved if he had re-raised it. I would have gotten it in against this guy. Ugh. Tough one. Get called, which here we have 2 pair, both backdoor flushes. I think we're, yeah, against the short stack we're putting it in. Get called here and you win it with the bot now? Oh, better, okay. That's small, hang on. I'm letting it go there. Also straights out there. Hold here at least. Yeah, lost some pots here in at the end of the session, but can't be helped. He did have the 5, got caught by queens. We were miles ahead of. Unfortunately, Banana Deceiver, you're catching me at the end of this session. I will be back in 2 or 2.5 hours. Per schedule, I should be back in 2.5 hours. I'll definitely make that. But I might be back a little bit earlier than that, i.e. at 10. Pair and open ender here. No hearts. It's 2 pair. Yeah, right, Brilliant. I haven't heard a little bit. Bets large, wow. 2 pair and the open ender? I don't think so. Ah, he's short. I didn't take that into account. Blocking the draws. Well, let's see. We have some hands we can maybe get something going with it just before the break. Try not to lose all the profits of the day. Chizzy31, thank you very much for following. That's very nice of you. Aces flop okay, I would say. Yeah, with 2 extra money, we're going with this bet sizing. A rather nice card, giving us a gutter and a nut flush draw. Take it down to table 1. Top pair with a nut blocker. Alright. Very good. Well, on RunItOnce we're still up 110. No! Talking nonsense. We're not. RunItOnce we're up 10. Not 110. A little bit on microgaming off screen as well. Not much though. So we're up. Almost 2 buy-ins still. I'll take it. Pity we were up 4 until very, very recently, but it is what it is. Actually, you know, let's... Nah, I was gonna say let's stay a little bit longer, but... Nah. I'm getting hungry. I'll be back later. So, I guess one more fold over on our tables. In a decent splash pot, we have a pair in our hand. 10s and an 8 and a 4. If I do want to call here. Be a flop. If somebody comes over the top, I'm letting it go. Unless it's this guy and everybody calls, then I'm hating life and closing the action will call myself. But yeah. King on another table. Gentleman bets large. Certainly within his rights to do that. Ace King forehand is not finding a good flop. 4-2 straight out there is not helping our prospects. Ooh, sorry. A top set, you say? Still gonna let it go. Whoa! 9-6 versus the 6-4. Alright, these people, this guy is rather crazy when it comes to splash pots, it seems. Walk with the aces? Fair enough. Blue shirt Timothy is involved in another one. Alright, some unfortunate spots in the end, where we got the money in pretty good. So no complaints. I think all the winnings for the day didn't come from spots where we got superbly lucky. On the whole, quite happy with how things went. Fine. Calling a pair against a button open in the big blind. With the suit, some connectivity, yeah. Mind. Wait. Clicked the wrong button. I guess we're playing one more orbit then. On almost all tables. We have some hands too. This one as well. Here we flop the top pair. Right, with a 6 and a jack and a club here. Start c-betting. The 6, of course, blocking straight draws. Called, club rolls off. Here, giving us some showdown value. Bunch of straights got there as well, but we do beat all the other kings at least. Here is 9-8-6. It raised. Fine. He, after long deliberation, ended up checking. We will check behind, hoping that we are good. We are not against a nut flush. Good thing we didn't do anything there. Hey, that's quite nice. Giving us trips. On a board with cards where we have none. Bump it up. Take it down, and you know what? On the short stacking PLO 100 table, we flop top set. The crazy dude involved, as always. Card is no surprise. wonderful. Might get some money back here. Right now we have the nuts, not blocking any of our own outs. Actually have a gutter to straight as well. Could triple up here. This is a very decent turn. Purposes. Over here we have a wrap. The one is not so great. We do block the straights a little bit. Come on, be nice. Be nice. Backdoor hearts. We do make the straight though. Have a 10 and I have a heart in our hand. Very likely gonna call. He bets large straight. Yeah, damn it. He had 8s too. Oh, that brings us down to 21 Brian in profit, but what a beautiful spot. To triple up. Nope. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. Roughly 1 Brian in profit. Kind of a pity. After all this. Okay, let's see the conclusion here. $35 on micro. Yeah, a little more than 1 buy-in. Up like $55. Fair enough. Still not bad for 4 hours of poker. And we have one more hand to play here. Oh, we can host a fan for some high stakes, no limit action. And he's been kind enough to throw a decent host a pretty big host my way on the Friday stream as well. So let's pay him back in kind. Also a good channel. I like the fan. I like hosting him. Playing RunItOnce too. Ooh, playing 500 NL. Jesus. Yeah, we're just gonna let this one go. And with that, I'm gonna go into my break. Thanks everybody for watching so far. It is quite a thing to see so many of you turning up. Definitely puts a smile on my face. Thank you for that. Thank you for keeping me company. Let's go over and rate the fan. And I'll be back in 2 hours or 2 hours and a half. Ooh, actually, I can do the credits, right? Stuff happened. Even though Othello is not here anymore, I appreciate you gifting this up to Cloud Othello. That was very nice of you. And of course, appreciate all the follows from you as well. And the Shadow Maniac I can see is lurking. Ah, never far away, that Shadow Maniac. Alright, cheers guys, see you soon. Thanks for watching.